And I apologize to everybody out there, but it looks like I might not have had the mic on all this time. Got one thing that shows that it's working, another that shows that it doesn't. I wasn't looking at the one that says it did not, so you were not able to hear us. I apologize for that. Just went back and checked. Apparently, it was definitely off through that whole time. So, again, we'll kind of go through the introductions that we started with, and I've got it down pat now since I've already been through it once. Tonight we have Mr. Brian Kriger, which we've seen out here a couple of times playing the exact same game, once against Carl and once against Mr. Jesse Del Toro. And Miss Charlene Paull, the first time being out here on the stream, also known as my favorite mother-in-law. She wanted to give this one a shot. She's been playing pool for quite a few years, and much more on the typical 8 and 9 ball side. Even used to play on the like the ladies regional tours for a while, and most recently, her and her team won the APA 9 ball trip to go to nationals. We'll see when that's going to be. Hopefully, everything will start back up this year so that she'll be able to get to that as quickly as possible. Brian's played this game quite a few times, so he's definitely a little bit more familiar with it. Both of them are around the same skill level. Charlene's pretty new to house straight pool, or also known as we have it here as 14-1. Let's kind of quickly go through a little bit of the rules of the game, and we'll kind of give it a little bit of a high level. Started, as you might have seen at the very beginning, with a full 15 ball rack. As they go through, they're going to make 14 of those balls, typically. But they're going to plan on leaving one of the balls on the table. Also, wherever the cue ball stopped after they made the one right before it, that is where it's going to stay. So, as you see here, she's got an object ball, which is the one. Not the one ball, but and the cue ball that's on the table. So now she's going to bring up the rack. She's going to rack all the balls up here, except for the head ball. And that's the one that you see sitting out there at the top. And it's going to stay exactly like that. So as they go through rack after rack, the 125 that you see on there for the race to 125 is, for the most part, a ball count. There's a few things that might vary a little bit whenever it comes to different fouls and things like that. But for the most part, considering that to be 125 balls and whoever makes it there first. If that object ball had been where this rack is going to go up on the table, even touching the outside edges of the rack itself, it then becomes in play inside of that rack. So it would go where that one ball normally is. Since it's obviously much further up the table, one ball will be left off, and they'll go ahead and rack that up. Brian helping her a little bit with how these are. It is a little weird whenever you're used to, all 15 balls being up there, that you kind of have to push it up evenly, and it just sort of leaves that head ball out. You see in the negative comments coming up here, and I'm gonna go ahead and ask right now that we leave those to pretty much a minimum. Race to 125 is actually a very typical 14-1 or straight pole race. 150 is typically what they do in championship rounds. So nothing out of the ordinary here. Oh, no problem, Trevor. I appreciate that. But yeah, I could definitely see the confusion there because 125 games. I'm not sticking around for that. And Brian, going back to the almost the original break, would kind of catching that last ball that's back there. Cue ball catches the rail. Charlene looking at that 3 ball. It's hanging out in the back a little bit there. Again, she'll probably hit this one reasonably soft. Looks like she might have tried to get up there for that 7 ball, and gonna make that one a hard call. So trying to skim off the back of that a little bit and let that cue ball drift across the other side. Might be a good shot for her here. Might be thinking the other way and setting it up table. So these are all called shots. So a good example on that one, if she did call the 7 ball inside, that would have counted, which actually probably would have been okay. It was a defensive opportunity. So Brian has a foul on that one. Whenever we see, and there's not a whole lot of variances whenever it comes to pull here, whenever it comes to straight pull, but typically speaking, that would actually cost him a point. We'll see. I saw Charlene move hers up. That may have been for the previous shot, but that's actually that is counted as a foul. Normally -1 on that one, so we'll see how they move that one around. One of the things is you've noticed, anybody that hasn't been tuning into us for a while, that scoreboard that you see in the background, you can't really see it great up there, but that actually keeps track of the players' scores from the players' perspective. It works out well for us because then the players are actually more responsible for keeping up with everything. I tend to lose count a lot, so this saved me a lot of headache. She's gonna have to be a little careful on this one, touching off the edge of that ball. That was a really great shot there, to be able to catch that point. So she's left it pretty tough for Brian. As you can see, Brian actually just put the -1 up there from the previous. Catches side, actually hides behind that 10 ball pretty well. So not an easy shot for Charlene to come back to. But she could actually try for this one and leave the cue ball in the back of that rack if she wants. send that 10 ball up table, do the same thing, and try to make sure she does not pocket that 10 ball. Just does not want that to sit right in front of the pocket. A little strong on that shot. Brian able to pocket his. And raising his up 1 point, and Charlene might have a really good opportunity. She looks like she's looking at the 2 ball, now the 6. If she feels like she's got the right angle on that 6, be able to pop something out the side over there, she may go for it. Might decide to work around a little bit so that 2 will lead her to that 8 ball. Leaves that one a little bit low, which is actually a good position for that cue to go into that rack. I'm not mistaken. Now, again, I know you didn't hear it whenever I was talking about this the first time. I'm not real great at all the rules um, with straight pull. I believe even though that's a foul, that the cue ball stays down there on the bottom, or stays where it is. I don't think you get ball in hand up there behind the head string. But as long as they're playing by the same rules, then we can look up that one and talk about it afterwards. If I'm wrong about that, I apologize in advance. Like, Charlene's lining up the 14 ball down there. So she'll come off the braille, try to get that one back up. Nice job there. Leaves herself 6, 9, yeah, a bunch of shots. We don't have to rattle them all off. Charlene doing a nice job of moving around the table a little bit more. Definitely got a good opportunity to get some points here. As you can see, you've got a couple of balls there, which would be absolutely ideal for leaving up for the next rack coming up, including probably mostly that 5 ball that's sitting there. He just has to plan all the way down to where the cue ball is going to be, and not a tremendous amount of games that you got to worry about that at the end of it. Not close, but leaves that one sitting right at the edge of the pocket. Brian trying to get that cue ball up table. It comes up a little bit short. And Charlene may be forced to go ahead and move that 4 ball now. Like Brian's left that ball pretty nicely tucked back over there. So Charlene to find a way to return the favor. You might be looking at banking that 2 ball over. Be a great shot since tap on that 2 ball leaves a couple of open shots and should come off that rail and come up nicely. Had to go ahead and play a little bit more defense herself. She can it looks like she might be trying to cut the edge of the 8. We'll know with the speed of the cue ball and whether or not she's just trying to leave it up table. She is. Manages to leave it over there on the right hand side, making that 2 ball a little bit tougher, but I don't think it's quite sitting on the rail, so it may be a pocketable ball. It's buried back in there a little bit, but I think Brian's got a shot. A little tough. They can actually catch the edge of the 1 ball, and keep very good shot there. And just to get a few more chipped out of there, could be off to the races. Jumps up a little bit on that one, and I got a little happy about how the future was looking. Now with an open table, only a couple points in the lead, can extend that out a little further here. And a good look at that 6 ball we saw from that last angle, that it does pass in that side pocket. Now we'll get that cue ball back out to the middle of the table. That's a good position to be in. Everything kind of spread open like it is. Catches the point. Table's a little bit more open for Brian to come back. Brian's still jumping up a little bit on those shots. That's a good opportunity there. Nice shot there by Charlene. Gives her an opportunity to make a few shots here. Charlene does have a 7-foot table at home. Practices on that reasonable amount of the time, but plays league on 9-foot tables. Brian himself sticks a little bit more to just the league on the 9-foot. I don't believe he's got a table at home, but make sure he takes his time to be able to get some practice in before and after league. He uses that practice table up as well. Shot against him a few times myself. Has a nice back cut on that 14 ball, and comes up a little short on that one, but leaves that cue ball sitting all the way up on that rail. Not leaving an easy shot for Brian. There's a makeable 1 ball down there. But as you can see, the difficulty as right now is that 8, 10, and 3, the black, the blue stripe, and the red that we see sit in the middle, all three of those would actually be impeded by the rack itself. So he decides to go ahead and shoot that 14. It looks like that's what he's aiming for. Probably going to want to move those unless he feels like he's okay with a full 15 ball rack. And it looks like that 8 might be right at the edge of where that rack would be. That could be nudged over just a little bit when coming back off of this 3 ball. Probably be a big help. And Miss Danielle, thank you very much for joining, and congratulations to you and Kyle for that 5-0 pot for the Valentine's tournament. All that, and surprised you two didn't win the whole thing. Looked like there was some tough teams out of that Scotch doubles. Yeah, I believe that. Get ready to find out. Danielle, you won the like one of the places or the whole thing, or because I was thinking that whenever I saw it that it was the just the 5-0 pot. So if you did win the whole thing, seriously, congrats, and that's really not much of a surprise, to be quite honest. You two played great. Nice to see that you didn't have to spend the winnings on the divorce attorney after playing Scotch doubles with the significant other. We'll watch Charlene here probably hit around the 3rd ball, maybe the 4th ball back. Goes ahead and contacts that 4th ball. You can see that she wants that cue ball to stop, and it looks like she was able to get there, but leaving it over on that side, uses the whole rack as a blocker. Really nice shot on her part. Might be able to see the edge of that 5 ball, and narrowly misses that one. Mediation. Against Stephanie and Josh, that's a nice win over there, Danielle. I've heard that Stephanie person knows how to shoot a little bit here and there. Nice shot by Brian. Didn't get quite the roll that he wanted out of it, but again, job here is just to be able to kind of hide it. Leave it a little tough for Charlene coming back to the table, and might have left that 3 out there on the wing. Charlene eyeing up that 3 ball all the way up there in that far right corner. A really good try. Catches all of the points on that, and he's just sitting where it was. And I believe Brian might be looking for a defense here himself. A tough shot on that 3 ball would jacked up over everything else. That one, another foul. That one's going to cost him a point. If they do the same as they did before, that cue ball come back up. I think it's actually supposed to, and I believe that's supposed to sit where it is. And if anybody's a little bit more familiar with all the different rules of straight pull, let me know whether or not a foul results in that cue ball going back up. And I'm pretty sure it's supposed to stay where it is. Tries to get that 9 to go over to the corner and instead ends up opening the table up for Brian to come back to. She got a little bit of a lead on him there, so can afford a little shot here and there. Brian slipping a little bit on a combo there. It's 1 point out of it. Looks like she may like that 11 ball all the way up a little bit more than that. Bank on the 10. Almost got lucky and got it off that 3 ball. Brian putting a few together here. Like that combo is a little off angle. And if we look at it overhead, I don't believe that's going to go, but we'll see, because I think he's actually catching the wrong side. That one, and again, Charlene's got another chance, but Brian brings that score a little bit closer. Tied. Or one ahead. I just keep hitting buttons. We're moving up to 31, so it ties that one back up. Got a good opportunity here, it looks like, for that two ball to help get her on that three so she can start working the back down table. Wants that to come out a little bit more. Needs an angle so that she can get over against that rail. Does manage to bump that one in. Sure if she's gonna give a shot to that combo over on the right hand side over there. She can get the five ball, but may elect leave it. Looks like she's gonna go ahead and take that five, maybe draw back off of it. Gonna make the break a little tougher, but at this point they can just kind of pocket balls for a bit and may have to play rail first or just really hit it well. As long as that doesn't scratch. Leaves it right at the edge of the pocket and good shot. Players are going to take a real quick break and we'll be right back. Alright, so we're obviously back. 31-36. Charlene's a little bit ahead here. Good defense here. It's actually not the easiest thing in the world to do, but plant that cue ball right where that one ball would go if it was in the rack. Just hard enough to make sure that one of those two on the back corners hits a rail. It will bury it right in the center of that, and it's a very difficult shot. And looks like that's what she's lining up for. Catches a little bit of that 14 ball and kind of gets a bit of a breakout. See if that works to Brian's advantage over here. Might actually end up coming out to Charlene's advantage. And Mr. Josh Arnold, had you joined us over here, and I haven't had the pleasure of getting to meet you myself, but got good taste and wonderful people to hang out with. So you let me know when y'all decide, and we'll clear a calendar to get the four of you out here playing. All right, nice shot with the 14 in the corner over there, and see if he's left himself with a shot in the side, and it looks like he does with that one ball. Sends it up a little bit long. Both of them kind of bounce around over here. Some of the recent missed shots. I don't think the break did either one of them too much good. Pulls that cue ball back. Looks like she may be hoping for that one ball in the next shot. I was looking down table for that 8 ball. I actually like that shot a lot better. That could cause a few of these others to come out. Again, that's one of those that you have to make sure you secure that shot. She comes up a little bit short on that one. Brian has the chance not only for the 8 ball, but to blow a lot of those balls out of that rack. So he's going to hit this one pretty hard, but you got to stay within control. That's to draw it back instead. And Charlene has a few open shots here. Easily see her going up table first, or even going for that 7 to go up table, saving that 12 ball to help break some of this other stuff out. A little strong. Goes up a little short on that 7 in the corner. Now Brian can easily get back at the table from here, but he wants that to slow down. Gets a little bit of a bounce. A tough leave out of it. Back cut that one. A couple more balls come out of the pack, or starts to loosen up. Doesn't really come out fully. Arlene's going to look up table for that 1 ball. Really going to have to watch the speed on this one. You can see kind of the angle that one's going to come back, and don't want it to overshoot everything that's out there, but it's probably going to come back pretty fast. You're queuing up a little bit of inside English, and it's really coming back hot. Might have left herself a nice little shot in the side pocket, though. That opened some doors for her. Ooh, catches both points. Brian nicely playing that one with 2 rails. And leaves himself a few shots here, and looks like he's got a 4 ball, 2 ball, possibly even a 9 ball. That one kind of makes that one a little bit tough when you have to hit that one a little stronger. I believe he was trying for the side pocket on it. And when you send it with a little bit more speed, you definitely have to be careful. These are not small pockets on this table. Also not very large. Standard diamond 4.5-inch Pro Cut pockets. Pro Cut being kind of the key to that one. If you are planning on that rail helping it go in, that's not necessarily going to be the case. If we look at it from here, it looks like we've got a 2 ball opportunity. Gotta watch the speed a little on this one. See if she can. Looks like she may have to find a defense on this one or end up playing a carom. 2 ball extends that lead out at least 1 more. Catches the point, sends the cue all the way up table, and actually ends up probably better than if she'd have made that shot. So Really eyeing up that pink 4 ball you see there. I want to hit this one probably relatively soft and has to get a little bit more breakout from it. Kind of costing her the shot a bit. We'll see Brian go ahead and try for that 6 ball here, and then he's got his choice between 10-2 and 15 that we see sitting right there by his cue ball. Like 15 balls in the next one. He can control that cue ball. Play that pink 4 that's in the middle into that side pocket. He might be able to get some really good cue ball control, and it looks like that'll be the next shot here. Nice shot by Brian. We'll try to leave that 5 ball. Biggest thing he's got to do now is figure out where he wants that cue ball for the next break. Middle of the table would not be bad. Overstrokes it a little bit. Long shot coming back down for Charlene. And just like that, back to a tie ball game at 40 all. Charlene trying for 10. Probably would not have been too happy about that, where that cue ball was afterwards. Forced into a defense on the next shot. There is a particular offense which a good friend showed me one of the times out here before, trying to learn some of the rules of this game. But he's careful with the speed on that 10 ball. You can actually go ahead and play that one, let that cue ball come around 2 rails, give herself pretty good position for that 5, but she'll be coming across the spot where she wants to, so she really has to watch the speed on this cue ball. And Brian's position play could actually be a little easier. You can just make this one, and it's going to fall on the spot. River cuts that one a bit. And Brian taking a point away from himself there, and he ends up with a foul. That cue ball will come back up on the table, but now it does go behind the head string. Do not believe that's ball in hand. Okay, now we're moving it back. Kind of take a look and see what kind of angle she wants. You can see that 5 ball is just a touch off the rail, which does make it a little bit tougher to get that back up table. All right, that cue ball is going to be stuck behind the rack. Again, not necessarily the worst thing in the world. There's actually a shot from back there where you can cross-side one of the shots and still bury it behind it. You'll see how she elects to play this one. It's kind of one of those, either you know it or you don't. Hey, nice shot there. Buries it right behind that 8 ball. Splits out the other side for herself. Ryan with a close to good speed there, but does leave an open shot for that 9 ball up table. Gonna catch it? Not quite. Brian making a great shot there on the 8 ball. Gives himself an open 7 ball. Possibly the one. He's got a few open shots down here. Putting a few together here is going to put him back in the lead. And just like that, goes from behind to an 8-point lead. So you can see this starts to turn around really quick once everything starts to open up. And she looks a little bit too much at that breakout. Comes up a little short on the 1 ball. Doesn't leave a super easy shot for Brian to come back to. See Brian kind of digging into that one a little bit and just leaving that cue ball down table. Or up, well, down close to him. How about that? It's hard to say if that 2 ball goes. It does look close. If we look from overhead, of course that one's a tiny bit curved, but from overhead it looks like it might actually go, and she's lining up for it. And it has a chance there. And there is enough of it to be able to go there, even if we look at it from here. Overcuts it just a hair. Ryan catches the points on the pocket. Lean's got one sitting right in the jaws. On table, she's checking out, I believe, that 4 or 15, and see if they don't pass from that cue ball to that corner pocket. Nice speed there for the 5 ball. Naturally, it'll come back down a little bit. Ryan actually helping her out a little bit and letting her know whether or not that 4 ball was going to be within that rack. Looks like it would be. So we'll go ahead and take care of that now. After this, is going to be 49-45. The Brian's break. Still a very close matchup here. Charlene playing a great defense there as she stuck it right up at the top. Actually, kind of the shot we were talking about a little bit earlier. Great job of hitting it. Brian also recovers from that one nicely, leaves that whole rack in the way. Charlene does have a 14 ball down there that can help her out. You can actually chip a couple of those out and leave that cue ball sitting right there locked up on that 1 ball. That's to stick it back in the rack instead. Another nice shot by Brian there. Cross that, a little bit of blind on that one, and unable to make the one ball. And that's another one. So obviously that was a foul, so it'll be minus 1 point for Charlene. That 7 ball did not make it to the back rail. Still not sure about the ball in hand thing though. That one's got me a little puzzled. There again, like we talked about before, as long as they're both playing by the same rules. Now I know straight pool's got a little bit more, kind of like several other games. It does have a little bit more traditional rules where our 8, 9, and 10 ball has a lot more variances to those. Now, somehow or another, skates right between all of those without bumping anything. It's a little stroke of bad luck there. We're just going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Probably had to win. All right, sorry for the long delay. Actually wanted to talk about a couple of the quick rules that we wanted to make sure they were getting on this second half. Typically, whenever you're playing straight full, and a good friend of mine was kind enough to send me a message over here and validate the thoughts. So, when you have a foul, just a single foul, the cue ball will stay where it is. You do minus the point, which that part they were doing, but you also need to bring a ball back up. And the whole reason for bringing the ball back up is to make sure the counts stay correct. That's where the -1 comes in. The way they had been playing it for a couple of racks here. We have a mock in the room. Steve has entered the building. All right, so now he wants to play some pool. That is not the last we're going to see of him because, well, the bright lights are over the table. And if either one of those smash that moth into the cloth, we're going to discuss that. Wouldn't be the first time. Can't see it, but there's actually a spot over on the far left-hand side where that happened a few weeks back. So, nevertheless, where we were. So, a couple of pieces or the -1 they were getting correct. The other two pieces, not as much. Whenever you're playing, you can remember that if you decide to practice on your own. Now, there is another 3-foul rule that if you get 3 fouls, it's actually -15 points. And there's a bit of an oddity to that one. And typically, you're only going to see somebody perform a 3 foul. It's more of a tactical kind of thing, and that is based on the fact that the balls that you're trying to tie up or not let loose is stopping somebody from a really big run. Now, if you're playing an opponent and run 40, 50, 60 balls plus, and you're at risk of opening a table for them to be able to have big runouts like that, then you might want to go ahead and perform that kind of a 3 foul just to keep everything tied up back and forth and to stop that from happening. Now, of course, most of the people that play, myself included, aren't going to run that many on a consistent basis that you would even consider that kind of 3 foul rule. And same goes even for the 2 that's playing. And you just kind of take your chance that if you do go ahead and break them out, that they might have a 4, 5, 6 ball run, maybe 8 or 10, but nothing that would actually warrant playing 3 fouls. When that happens, if I'm not mistaken, you kind of get out of that because all 15 balls are actually going to end up getting racked back up. The 70-52, and oddly enough, straight pool, it's still a relatively close game. They have both shown at times that they can run 5 or 6 balls at a time, sometimes even more. So a couple of those, and it starts tightening this game up by a very large margin. And so here's one of those fouls we were talking about. See Ryan ducking down there and bringing one back up. It is going to stay directly in that line from the head ball, and it's close to the spot as it can be. Now you see that that went way back there in the back, and the reason is that is the closest on the line of that head ball that it can be. Looks like Brian's got a open 2 ball over here. Might be behind the edge of that 4. Doesn't matter. Sends it up table. Gives himself a leave on that 3 up at the other end. Wants that to bounce off a little more, give him a little bit better shot on the 2 ball down there. Four ball sneaks its way back into the pack. Catches the point a little bit there, and I don't believe that Charlene's going to have a shot at either one of those 2 on this lower rail. Does have a shot at that 15 up table. Undercuts that 15 just a little bit. She's left an angle on the 15, but not one that she's got to be overly concerned about when it comes to going from that 15 back into that pack. However, he can get table and leave himself with the option of just playing a defense. Makes a nice shot there. Does get into it, and that 6 ball comes out. Great shot by Brian there. Brian gets a little bit of a wild shot on that one and opens up everything on the table. I think Charlene's going to have her pick of a few shots here. Like she's checking out that 4 ball in this corner, changing directions a bit up table. Would be nice to get that 13 that we see in this bottom right corner out of there, and can't say for sure that she's got an open shot, but it does look like it's got enough there, so it decides to go ahead and go for that 10 up table. I wanted that to come back over a little bit more, but still sitting okay. So she's going to go ahead and play that 11-13 combo. Good try at it. Comes up a little bit short, and Brian has an 11 in the corner. Ooh, but dogs that one a little bit. Going back to 4-11 combo. Oh, didn't need the 4. As you can see, now that cue ball is going to stay where it is. However, that 8 ball is going to end up in the rack, so we're going to have a full 15 ball rack on this one. Brian does about all he could on that one. Obviously not the most favorable place, but looks like he may have left that 2 ball open for Charlene to be able to get to. And nothing catches a rail on that one. Nice cut on that one. Sends cue ball all the way up table against the rail. We'll see if she elects to try to play that one rail first for that 5 ball we see down here by the bottom left corner. Well, it actually doesn't come out too bad. It's got maybe a tough cut on a 3 ball, or just keep the cue ball back here behind everything. Moves a few balls out. Looks like Looks like Charlene's got a 14 over there on the side. Nicely done. Buries that cue ball into the middle of the pack there, so that's going to have a bit of a tough way out here. If we look overhead, there's going to be a whole lot of movement trying to go towards the middle of the table, so he's going to have to shoot away. Looks like he's going to go ahead and line up for that 3 ball. And a really nice try. Sends the cue ball a little far up table, and she's now against the rail, but with that 2 ball sitting right there by the side, she has a makeable ball there to kind of work with. Chips went out, but that cue ball stays right by that rack. So in case you're wondering on the previous one why two balls came back up, that was actually a mistake from earlier. 'Cause I mentioned to them, if you happen to remember, Charlene had made a shot in the corner where she made the ball and it scratched up in the opposing corner. On that particular shot, it was they had brought one ball back up, but because she had made one and scratched at that particular time, two balls would have come back up. So whenever I went to tell them that they were counting the balls and they were trying to figure out where they were one off, and it was actually because of that one earlier, so they elected to go ahead and bring both back up at that particular time. So that wasn't for the foul that was created then; it was actually for a foul from earlier. So typically that would have been resolved earlier, or in this case, it probably would have been just as well off to just sort of leave it alone and have the ball count one off, but decided to go ahead and bring both of them back up at that time. So little confusion. Like I said, these nobody in the room or even myself play straight pull a lot, so few things are kind of sliding through the cracks a bit, but trying to keep it as straight as we can. We're just going to take one more break. Be back in just a moment. All right, finally back for the last part of it. It's a 14-point difference. The fourth quarter here. See if that was a little bit of a stretch. The angle is actually really nice. Quite a stretch to get a big stroke on this. Really get that cue ball to drive into that rack. Does a good job with it. Just that cue ball kind of rolls out a little bit. It looks like that 14 actually has room to go over there, but it's pretty thin. Really taking a good look around the table and to plan this one out. Could do a lot of catching up here if she plays this one right. There again, does have to be careful with this first shot if she does decide to shoot that 14, because she may have to kind of rub that rail a little bit. Let's go ahead and kind of bump that one out. Nicely played into the side pocket. Go up table or down table, whichever one she prefers. Looks like she's going to look towards that 13 down here in the bottom corner. Should give her a nice angle. Just go ahead and play that against the top rail. Bounce that back out for the potentially that one ball. Want to overstroke it, but looks like that 10 ball might still be clear. Gonna shove out Brian in the side pocket. Opens up a little bit of trouble for him. 4 ball in the corner. Draws it back for the 8 ball. Top English get him nicely on that 10 ball. That's to draw that one back, and it kind of cost him that shot a little bit. He ended up with a little bit of throw on that. We can see that Charlene's does have a 1 ball cut there in the side. So get that cue ball down table just a hair. Looks like she's going to go ahead and play the combo. Both of those stay right in the edge of the pocket. It's a good place to leave one of those two. It just depends on which direction she wants to go to get back out. This one's actually a pretty good shot. And then get herself a one of a few different balls, that 3 ball. She rolls this one in lightly. Slowly roll that 3 into the 14 that we see in the corner. Let's go ahead and go straight into it. It kind of jumps up a bit on that one. Leaves Brian open shots, but long shots. Right in the heart of the pocket it goes. Was nicely done. 11 ball in the corner next. Tries to make that one twice, but still doesn't find its way in. Stays right at the edge of the pockets. Charlene can use that 11 ball and help get that cue ball back out for either the 7 or the 1. Oh, it stays in the back of the pack. Catches that one, I believe, just a little bit too light. Down to a 10-point difference. As you can see, Charlene's made up a little ground from what she had before. I believe it was about 19, 20 points. So cut that up pretty much in half. Charlene's got a shot up table. Look what Brian had before. Won't call it easy because it is still 9 foot away, but still makeable. Everything gets open from there. It drills that one in the middle of the pocket. I believe that 3 ball is going to be next. Make that 3 ball in the corner. Play natural English. Go ahead and leave yourself a little bit of a cut on the 1 ball. It's a little firm. Comes back down right into the middle of it. Again, that 1 ball still makeable. It looks like she's got an open shot on the 7 though. Be nice to leave that 5 ball where it is. Excuse me, 4 ball. Gonna come back up. So just watch your speed on this one. Comes up. If you can get pretty close to where she is right now, probably using that 1 ball. You have a nice cut into that pack off of that That is actually the 5 ball. Would like for that to have come back around a little bit more, but you know, she decides to play this one. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a defense on our first shot coming in. As you can see, that just barely makes it in there. It actually could go up a hair more. Gotta be real careful taking the rack off in order to leave that 5 ball where it is. Just try to play a defense, but that 8 ball just happens to sneak out the back a little bit, and he's Brian with an open shot. Trims the edge just a little bit there. Doesn't quite get a solid into the rack as he would like to have. But he does pocket the 8 ball, so still at the table. Charlene bringing up that bridge. She's going to try to trim the edge of that 11 ball, see if she can't put it on either the back of the pack or bump the rail. Like she's going to sneak back up there very nicely. Going to come back with another defense. Does not catch a rail, so that's going to be 1 ball back up and a -1. Cue ball stays where it's at. Hi, Vicky, and thanks for joining us. So, the way this one is, so this is straight pull. It's very classic purist type of pull. And this is a little different from most of the games, the rotation type games we play, like the 8s or 9 balls, 10 balls, things like that. So what they're doing here is you start with a 15 ball rack at the beginning. Um, they're going to, it's a very both defensive and offensive game. So you can actually shoot any ball that you want to. You have to call your pockets. But the trick to it is you're going to run as many as you can. And then whenever you miss, your opponent's turn to shoot from there. That's what you're seeing. Now, the big difference here, as opposed to just running all 15 balls and starting over and breaking and doing it again, is that, and it's one of the reasons for it being called 14-1, is that you're actually only going to shoot 14 of the balls in, which means that you're going to leave one on the table, and wherever it lies and the cue ball lies, those two have to stay there. So you're going to rack the remaining 14 balls once you get down to that one, back up onto the table, minus where the head ball is, and continue on shooting from there. So it gets a little interesting because number one, sounds very easy because you can shoot any ball on the table in any pocket that you want to. There is no, quote unquote 8 ball or 9 ball or 10 ball. There's no one particular money ball kind of thing. You can shoot anything. But remember, the same advantage that you have, so does your opponent. So as soon as you miss, a lot of balls can be ran in a very short period of time. So you're playing defense until it's time to play offense, and you may do that a couple of times and go back into a defense mode. It's a very interesting game, and it teaches you a lot. To be quite honest with you, and people that play straight pool, much like people that play one pocket, if you've ever heard of that game, it's definitely a test of everything that you know about pool, because missing, not really something you want to do, as it could cost you a whole bunch of points and a whole lot of chair time. So whenever you're watching them, you'll see that there's a big pack of balls that are sitting there, and the only time that you want to go and blow all those out is whenever it's your opportunity to be able to run a whole bunch of them. Now you see, like the shot that Charlene just shot there, she makes one in the corner, taps that rack, ball pops out the back, and now she has a shot at the 6. So there's a couple balls sitting out there. She'll probably run that 6 ball, or go ahead and hit it with a little bit of top, let that cue ball sort of drift out a little bit, and she's got 2 more balls sitting out there that she can work with and try to pocket those 2. At the same time of shooting those, you got to make sure that you're controlling the cue ball, because that is what's ultimately going to probably get you the next breakout and the next ball to be able to hit. You can see Charlene's taking a look at that 14 now, and that's probably a plan on what she's going to do after this shot, or possibly after the next one. So there's a whole lot to it, a lot more than just what it looks like at face value of running through everything that we've got out here. So can definitely be tricky, but this is one of those games that if you learn to play straight pull well, just like if you learn to play one pocket well, chances are everything about your pool game becomes better. I'm sure a lot of people will probably disagree with that, because it can be a patience-trying game all the same. You can see Brian trying to pick some of these out the back as they become available, and a good shot there. One of the big things you do have to be careful of is planning what your last ball on the table is going to be, and hoping that you get the cue ball where you planned for it to be, because again, that gets used to break the rack out, and we'll see that here in just a few moments. We can see that that big lead that was out there before has been narrowed down by a lot. This game, it can take big swings in both directions, and it has here. At one point in time, I believe Charlene was down about 20. Now we're within 4. I know they're talking about the kind of the who made what ball and the whole idea. It's different kind of score counters. We were at one on the screen that you see behind to kind of help them with keeping up with it. You do have to make absolutely sure that you're keeping up with the score, whether you're using like the little sliders that are over the tables or on the walls, or it doesn't matter if it's on a piece of paper. As soon as you get done shooting, you need to make sure that you write down the numbers that you got. This one in the back, and I wish I had the camera up just a little bit higher so that you can see it. It's actually keeping track of 2 things. So as the players make balls, they're doing a counter that's at the bottom that tells them that it should come out to 14 between each rack. The total is actually right above where you can see, and that's what's coming across the bottom of the screen down here with the 90 to 89. All of that's adding up. The original number is just so that we can try to keep up, because at the end of the game, unless 2 ball goes in at the end, which doesn't really happen too often, you should only have a total of 14 points. So you just kind of keep up with it from there. Yeah, man, sounds like they had a little bit of a scoring error. Like I said, there's 2 different places that you can make changes, and it looks like they actually adjusted it from the top and not the bottom. On this particular scoreboard, only the bottom should be used for keeping the ball count, because you're actually keeping it, like we were talking about just a moment ago. You actually keep it from the bottom so that you know that you made 14 balls per rack. So whenever it got adjusted at the top, that was actually a little bit of an error on that part. But I think we got it all fixed. Scores adding up to where it's supposed to be. 92-89, 3-point difference. You can see Charlene's got not the easiest shot in the world. If by chance, one thing to remember, if you hadn't seen one of the other breaks, so the very last ball that you leave on the table, and let's say that it's that blue striped 10 ball that we see just off to the side. Now that one would not be in the way of the rack. Whenever the rack goes up to rack those 14 balls back up. But the other 4 that we see there, all 4 of those would be touching. So the end result, typically speaking, you want to be able to leave a ball sitting somewhat close to the rack, so that if that's the ball that you're able to shoot at according to where you leave the cue ball, and we'll see this in a few minutes, then that gives you a good opportunity to not only pocket a ball, but get the cue ball to go into that 14 ball rack and sort of blow all those apart so that you can have more and more shots, more options. Now this one is where it starts to get a little tricky, and we'll see if they get everything back up correctly. So he made a ball and scratched. So a few things have to happen here. Number one, you're getting ready to see him pull 2 balls back out of the pocket, and he's going to line them up. We'll switch it to the top view here. So he's going to line them up on the spot, and as close as he can get to the spot, which would obviously be immediately behind it. You're getting ready to see the score change -1 for Brian. So the reason that this happened is he pocketed a ball and scratched, so automatically that one does not count. Well, because that was a foul, he also gets a -1. A -1 means that a ball has to come back up onto the table so that the ball counts stay correct, and that's the price of his foul. So game just got even a little bit closer off of that one. Hopefully he only took one off. I didn't see what the score was before, but oh, nice shot by Charlene. Pockets a two ball. Gets that 15 out in the open. And Miss Danielle, I saw the pictures of that grandbaby, and that's a little cutie right there. So congratulations. Another great shot. A little bit more open table for her. I'm starting to take a little more control of this rack. And of course, then I go and jinx her. Is with those last few shots, that should have been no problem with the three ball, but here's me as a commentator. Three ball shot, and you can see that he has left himself nicely to make both that four ball. I believe he'd like that to have gone a little bit further forward so that he could get the seven ball. Probably just go ahead and take the eight, maybe try to push that nine out of where the rack is. So if he's not able to move that seven from where it is, then that means that whenever the rack happens, it's going to become part of that rack. So it's going to be a full 15 ball rack whenever this one comes back up, as opposed to being able to leave that one on the side. But he did bring the cue ball back up to the top side of it. So now it's kind of like break number one, where he'll hit about third, fourth ball, maybe even the wing. I think he shoots a lot of the that far wing ball on this one, but we'll see how he plays it. Danielle, if there's anything that I've learned from being back here behind the glass, is that I could curse anybody whenever it comes to missing a shot. All I got to do is just say they've got this one, and they don't. Should start charging that ability. Looks like he's going to go for that back wing ball. Hits that one pretty hard. Gets it back up table. As long as it stays close to that rail, and too bad it does bounce off. So Charlene does have a shot, but again, it's a long way down table. Right, and trying to get a little bit more to happen out of that rack, and kind of catches that one a little bit flat. But Charlene doesn't exactly have an easy shot coming up here. See that one buried pretty deep into that pack there. Pumps that 7 ball. Does a great job of getting that to come straight back across, right back into that pile. Big stretch from Brian. Is it a good opportunity? Does not make that one. So 15 in the corner sure looks very tempting right now. Brian comes really close to making that 9 ball, but it does not fall in. I believe Charlene's going to go ahead and choose to take that one now. Decides to pick on that 1 ball first instead. Great shot down the rail. 14. And she might have a little bit of a upway here, so I believe, well, she might have that 12 ball in the corner. The 12 is the far left pink one that's sitting over there. And a great shot once again. 5 balls wide open, 13 balls wide open. She's got some options. Five ball she's choosing now. That gets her easily on that 3, and from that 3, a lot of places on this table. Sends it back over a little bit strong. Now she even has an option for that 10 ball up table, and that breaks one more of those out. Kind of jacked up a little bit. So it won't be the easiest thing to get to, but might be worth playing. Again, for anybody that may not have heard me talk about it at the beginning of this stream, Miss Charlene is one of the people on the team that took care of LTC 9 balls this past weekend. So they won APA trip over to Nationals whenever that one starts back up. Team played really well over there. And hats off to her and that entire team. Nice trail net, cut on a 13. Just does undercut it, small amount. That one's going to be open for Brian to come back up to, but during that little turn, Charlene goes up by a couple of points. Playing a defense there, kind of jamming that three ball up, stops Brian from being able to make a big run back. Makes a great shot on that four ball. It's a little bit of opening. Let's see how good that ends up. And he'd like for that three ball to have stopped a little earlier, make that cut a little straighter for him. Go ahead and try to take it in that bottom left corner. Close, but also gets a lucky roll as it ends up all the way down on the bottom rail down there. Unfortunately, that one's going to be ball in hand as nothing touches a rail afterwards. However, one good thing happened for her there is that that cue ball stayed jammed up. Doesn't really leave a whole lot for Brian to come back to, but it is going to be minus 1 point for Charlene. A little slow on the button there, so I apologize for that. Getting another nice cut over there in that corner. That one had some distance on it there, but right in the center, comes around, gets herself either a 3 or 7 ball shot. Looks like she likes the 7 ball. Probably go ahead and roll that one forward a bit. Three ball, depending on how she plays, it can either come straight back up and kind of get in the middle of that pack. It comes up a little short on the 3 ball. She did choose the right choice. Looks like Brian likes the thought of that 10 ball staying where it is. Have to be a little careful because it's a touch straighter. He's actually got a little bit of angle there, so he can just come off that bottom rail, come back up, and tries to kind of drive through that one a bit and undercutting that shot just a hair. Charlene, like she may, I like to go ahead and pick that 10 ball. That 8 ball is a bit of a difficult shot, which is unfortunate. It sure would be nice to leave that 10 ball where it is, but kind of have to take the good with the bad. Really tries to put something behind that one, but I believe that's going to give a decent bounce for Brian come back to the table. You are giving away some pretty good little gifts here. So the tournament that I was talking about just a moment ago that Charlene played in, that was our local Hillsborough County, which is Tampa, Florida. That was the APA league down here, which is operated by none other than Jeanette Lee, the Black Widow. And got a little bit of unfortunate news, some a little bit of health risk for herself. So we're definitely making sure that she stays within our thoughts. She has been just an absolute saint whenever it comes to the different things that she has done for pool in general, not just for the APA League, and definitely been a model behind everything that's been going on. So please take a moment and make sure that you keep her within your own thoughts, and anything that you can do to help. Make sure that for this time we keep the logo up here that you'll see on the top right. Make sure that her and the family, which is friends of everybody in the area, know that we're thinking about them. Brian trying to put a little extra on that 4 ball, and fortunately caused him to kind of pop up a little bit, and it missed the 4 ball. Brooks out a whole lot of different balls that were out there. Now let's see if Charlene can take advantage of said breakout. It's a little close to work on me for there. Super close to making that 6 ball. Brian's going to come back with an open table. You just had a interesting question, and it's one worth being able to mention. Um, we've seen a few times a little bit softer breaks, especially when it was a full 15 ball rack. Of course, whenever we're playing any rotation games, um, you don't typically, I mean, for obvious reasons, you don't break that soft. Um, Minus the fact that four balls have to hit a rail and all that good stuff. Well, um, technically, you can hit as hard as you want to. Um, Disadvantage is number one, if you bust that rack open, you don't make a ball, you're in a whole lot of trouble because there's a good chance you're not going to see that table again. Um, so a lot of times it's easier just to try to remain at the table. Now, however, with that being said, if you can set that last ball that's on the table up in the right spot to aim at the pocket and be able to have that cue ball come off and hit that rack, you're typically going to see something much, much stronger at that point, because then you're hopefully guaranteeing that you're going to make that shot and still be at the table with it being wide open. And when you see players that are making 40, 50, 60 ball runs, sometimes even higher than that, that's what they're doing, is they're leaving that last ball in the right spot. Just depends on the player. So, but as far as all 15 balls being there and hitting it as hard as you can, or hitting it to blow the rack open, you won't see that too often. Well, we know what it is that she wanted to do, which was get that cue ball on that bottom rail. And it came off that ball a little bit wrong. Somehow, this has definitely turned into a very close match between the two of them. 11 balls to go, and first one to get there wins. Oh, 11 balls for somebody. 21 possible, minus fouls. That one ball is actually open. Little top English on this one can do Charlene some good. It's pretty straight, so I think she might be drawing it back where she could just go ahead and bump that 10 ball. I don't think that 10 ball goes. However, does have a ball up table she can work with. But you're gonna want to do something about that 10, 11, considering where that's sitting. On a bank on the two ball, either stop shot or trying to get back on the other side would have done her some good. That's going to go in, and that's going to land back in the pack with the rest. Now that one is not a foul. She just doesn't get credit for that particular shot. So she'll get credit for the others. That one's going to line up closest to the spot right behind it. I actually want to push it up there like touching the ball, but leave it on that line. Nice shot there by Brian, and I believe, switch views here, it looks like a three ball will go. A little bit of top English will bump that pinball out and even get that cue ball up a little bit higher. So he wants to make sure he maintains control. This is about a pocket speed shot, just to roll that pinball over a little bit, and he really got a hold of that one. Nobody listens to me. I'm telling you, I can make all the shots as long as I stay on this side of the glass, but they never listen. Charlene's got a 10 ball down there, but that might be a nice place to be able to leave it. If that three ball could go, she might not be too confident on the three. Not an easy shot there. And it's going to be shooting back up table, but now both balls are away from the rack. Here's the one bad thing about this one is he knows that after the pinball, it's going to probably end up being a defense play because you're shooting away from the rack. The amount of stroke that it would actually take to play that 10 probably into one of these corners and still be able to get that cue ball down to break anything away from that rack would be pretty difficult. How's it going, Tim? And you're welcome. Appreciate the text. Put it in comments next time. That way everybody can hear it. Like they're gonna take one more short break. Just heard out the door. Promise it's gonna be short. We'll be right back to finish this one off. And Charlene leaving herself a nice angle on that 15. Now, again, it's one of those you got to be careful because you do have to make sure that you secure that shot. But she's got an angle to be able to go into that pack. You kind of need to catch that 4-ball right, preferably on the left side. That way, that the 8 and the 11 that you see on the left over there come out. Pushes forward and might come out okay on it. Looks like she has a 7-ball shot up table. Be a little tough after that, and that's okay. You can just go ahead and play what you can make, plan your defense accordingly. A little stop shot there might do her some good. If we look at it from the side that she's on, got a good opportunity to just brush 12 ball, the pink stripe that you see. Got a little bit more of a cut than I thought she did, so she's going to go across it. Oh, she just decided to push that one up table, so good defensive shot there. Don't believe Brian has a shot, so he'll have to play a defense. Sticks it on the back rail. Typically a good place to leave that one. That was a really good try all the way up table on that one. Brian might have a couple of open balls here. Cuts that 3-ball just a little bit. 7 goes back down, gets in the pack, but it does bump that 11-ball out that you might have seen. You can either elect to play that 3-ball and try to get back over onto that side, but it looks like he likes the angle that is on that 11 right now into that bottom left corner. Going to open up a few more. Barely misses that one, but opens up a couple more balls. So Brian's got a few now that he'll be able to make. Play that for the 8 in the other corner. Get this one a little bit stronger. Looks like he's going to go ahead and draw this one back. And that, trying to put a little bit more power behind it and try to get that breakout. Costing the shot once again. I think Charlene's got a 2-ball up table, bottom left corner. Beautifully done. Cue ball kind of stops in the middle of that pack though. You have that 6-ball. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough cut. She'll take a quick scroll around the table and make sure that's the one that she likes. She's going to end up back there, but a little bit of a tight pocket over there on the side. She makes that one. She's going to open up a couple more. We've got that 8, the 3, and coming back for the 9 after this. Drills that one with no problem. You'd like to see her go for like the one she's looking at now with that 9-ball. You may go ahead and go up table. 12 balls there too, which is the pink stripe on our left-hand side as we're looking at it here. The only disadvantage to that 12 ball is that it's close to straight, drives it all the way back down table, and has to put a much bigger stroke on that one. And we've already seen a couple of times that trying to hit it harder isn't always the answer, because number one thing is got to make that first shot. She's looking at the 8-ball. Watch the speed a bit. Does that very nicely. 3-ball. We'll stop shot, even drawing it back to where she is now, and easily get her on that 9-ball. Go ahead and get that 3 for the extra point. Draw it back just a little bit. pretty close that a little bit of top English on that 9 ball will even bump that 12 that we see below it. Possibly get her both of those. Rolls it a little bit on the strong side, but 7 come out enough? Ooh, tough cut. Combo opportunity on that 11 into the 12. Close, but doesn't make that one in. Brian back with what he's seen a few times before, and long shot up table. Drilled a few of these. This is just one that don't worry about where the cue ball is going so much, just make it. Looks like he might be checking to see if that 5 and 7 is wired for the side. And very close it is. That 11 ball does go on the side. She can actually roll that one up. Decent sized pocket from that angle. Rolls it in like a champ. Gets that cue ball over there nicely. Might have left herself out on that 7 ball. A little tight with the edge of that yellow 1 sitting there by it. She changes her mind and goes for the side pocket. Yeah, time for another defense. Just bump that 7 ball, let that 1 ball touch the rail. Just have it sit right there. And let Brian figure out what to do with that last ball. Mr. Muhammad, about time you join us over here. Haven't heard from you all night. I'm starting to get worried. I think they call this 141. Not really sure where the name comes from. I'm not sure what pocket she was going for, but I was impressed with that shot. It looks like she forgot to call it. Was an NC and split first and second. You got both first and second? That's pretty amazing. Not unheard of. I've heard how you shoot, and so I'm still looking for the 3 ball out and all the breaks. But congratulations on that win. What part of North Carolina were you in? That's actually my old home state out there in Wilmington, out towards the coast. Definitely know where both Cary and Durham are, and very used to the that whole Raleigh and Research Triangle area up there. That's some big areas up there. Come back, he's going to try to cut this one, see if he can't get that cue ball to go straight across. That left English, or excuse me, right English. Look at the other side of the table. Right English on that one kind of did not do him a whole lot of justice. Kind of a little bit of an unfortunate common mistake there to put that inside English on it, feeling like it needs to drag back across. When you got that kind of angle, it's real easy to put too much on it. And Charlene trying to cheat over here, big ball in hand anywhere on the table, and this is the other game. Brian, real quick, jump up and say, no, 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 no. You get back over there where you're supposed to be. Come up a touch more, so leaves Brian one wing ball that came out. So Brian's going to do more or less just a defense on this one. Oh, but swings that one way out there. Big stroke on it. Charlene's got a shot up there in the top. Well, now bottom right hand corner. Doesn't want to take it. Do about the same thing that she just did before. Trim that 14. Get it up close to the pack. Not leaving Brian with too much of an offensive shot here. They're going to probably bump these around for a moment here. Just does nudge that ball. Does a good job. Brian has a shot up table, but about the only one. Oh, didn't even see that 8 ball, so good call on his part. Break time billiards. I haven't seen that place in quite a few years now. Definitely been there more than a few times. Remember a whole lot of places that no longer exist down there as well. It's been about 20, 23 years or so down there. Seen a lot of places come and go. Nice shot there by Charlene. Leaves herself just a little bit of an angle. Probably a touch more than she may want. We can see that that cue ball is going to travel up table a little bit, and I don't believe she's got a good angle to be able to touch that pack on the way up. However, real careful, doesn't roll it too far. Free ball is kind of sitting out from the other side. We can see the red one on the far right over there. Gets it a little strong. I don't know if she's going to have a back cut on that one or whether or not it's worth trying. You have to plan this one a little on the careful side. Give her credit for that shot. That was very well done. There was a whole lot of speed control involved there, as well as the accuracy to make sure that cue ball stayed within that pack. It does not look like Brian has a very easy shot here. It's blocked from that direction. Straight in shot on the 14. But he is able to bump it. Good shot by Brian also. Leaves the cue ball on the back side. Now that one's got a possible cut. Charlene feels like she can make that cut into bottom corner over here. See where that cue ball is going to go, and it's going to blow that blow that rack open pretty good. Coming down to the wire, so needing 6 balls. I'm sure she'd love to get a few open shots here. Makes the cut, has a shot on the 10, brings her up to the 120 mark. $121, 4 to go. And 2, and it looks like she's got herself into a little bit of trouble over there. I know she wants to look for an offensive shot here. She's close enough to be able to taste the end of it now. Bad thing about it, you can see that at this point, Brian's 15 balls behind, but it wasn't that long ago that Charlene was 20 behind, and she must accidentally bumped something there. 21's the correct number, and look at this. Charlene eyeballing that 7 ball into that side pocket. No problem at all for her. And we see that 2 ball down there. She was actually just talking about on one of our breaks that she's seen many times now, that when it comes to having a few open ones that she wished she would have taken first, failing to do that for a tougher shot has cost herself a lot of points. Be real careful about jacking this one up like that. Really comes down nicely. Come down too nice. He's definitely looking towards the direction of possibly finishing this one right here. Got a nice little bump there. And Muhammad, yes, Charlene does play pretty well. Been playing this game for a while, and I'm not sure if you were tuned in earlier when we were talking about that. Her and her team actually just won the APA 9 ball for Hillsborough County. They are going to on a trip over to Vegas. Top of that, Mrs. Charlene had to play that final match against her own daughter's team. She had to play against her daughter, and her daughter also happens to be my wife. So this is my mother-in-law. I taught her everything she knows, even though she's been playing longer than I have. Okay, she taught me everything that she knows. So it's one of those directions. Not sure which one. I believe we have a match. I think now she's just finding out how many points she can get. So, a big shout out and big thank you to Mrs. Charlene Paull and Brian Kriger coming out and giving us a little bit more lessons on straight pull, giving us the opportunity to see a little bit more. May not be the biggest viewers game, but I will say that if you get the opportunity to learn how to play this game well, this is one of those games, one of two, that kind of teaches you everything you would need to know about pool. Because it's got position play, it's got a lot of defense, a tremendous amount of offense, banks, you name it. So take an opportunity to kind of brush up on this one, and maybe one of these days you can be as good as these two. So for now, again, we'll say thank you to these two. We'll say thank you to everybody that tuned in to be able to watch us. got some good matches coming up this weekend. I know we already put one of the flyers out for a couple of the big boys that's coming out here. And until next time, thanks as always. Please stay safe, keep practicing, and hope to see y'all soon.